Recording in progress.
All right, great. We are back and ready to go with the presentation on the road grants.
Should I start? Okay.
I just need to unmute Zoom. People have said the sound is horrible on CNET.
It's been bad for.
Ready, Steve?
All right. Good morning again, board. We have some very good news regarding some grants that we'll be discussing over the next few moments. And so we'll begin with the HCD CDBG grant, recommended project list for that grant. And then we'll jump to a very recent grant notification that we received regarding the Safe Streets and Roads for All. And I'll define some acronyms for folks for the HCD CDBG grant overview. So HCD is an acronym for the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And I'll go through some of these other acronyms in a moment as well. And then CDBG is the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. And then we'll define some more acronyms as we go along as appropriate. So essentially, thank you to Congress, truly. Congress works with the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, and they look at previous disasters and determine if they have some extra funding available. And that determination was made. And so the Congress and HCD reach out to HCD, and they said, we have some CDBG grants for some counties in California, which we'll talk about in a moment. And we are one of those counties. And big picture, it addresses unmet needs that other federal programs have not addressed yet, which we'll get to in a moment. And if I'm going to just highlight some of these items, and I've put the full presentation as an attachment to the agenda. If you'd like to see
Can I interrupt you just for 1 second? I want to address one concern that was addressed before.
Sure.
These funds are the FEMA funds that were allocated to this county through the CDBG program, through the state, due to a disaster. So there was a previous comment about we're not using the funding for it. We haven't received those funds. We're barely receiving those funds. So I just want to make sure that people understand these are FEMA funds coming through the state, through the CDBG program to create, for recovery.
Correct. And since we're on that topic of a previous public comment, that I also would like to clarify in conversations with some neighbors in Lover's Lane, they had asked, did we get X amount of dollars for Lover's Lane? And my response was FEMA determined that there would be some amount of money for Lover's Lane, which was used to clean ditches and some pipes and things 2 or 3 years ago. But there are other FEMA funds that FEMA determined would be distributed throughout the county for FEMA projects. And in addition to that, we don't receive any of those funds till we perform those FEMA tasks, and we send our invoices to FEMA, and FEMA reimburses us. There's not a blank check that Public Works can have discretion on. So there was a lot of misinformation earlier. I'll just leave it at that. But let's move on to some positive things. And thank you for the clarification, CEO. Appreciate that. Congress determined for various counties that there was some extra funding involved to be available for disaster recovery efforts that were unmet from the FEMA storms of the event called 4699, and that occurred between essentially January and I believe it was, February and July of 2023. We had a lot of big storms, and Congress noted and understood that some counties really didn't receive the amount of reimbursements that they had hoped for. And so they allocated to our county, just for our county, $1.9 million of what they call DR allocation, which I'll talk about in a moment, as well as $9.6 million of an MIT allocation that is specifically designated for our county. So thank you very much, Congress. And they are asking the HCD folks to essentially manage those funds and work with the counties to construct projects and planning projects and very positive, good things. So the projects must be consistent with a local or regional hazard mitigation plan. We can't just pick any road that we'd like to rebuild or any project we'd like to perform. There are some certain criteria be tied to hazard mitigation plans and the disasters that occurred back in 2023. And the bottom one's important because HCD has been an excellent partner so far. We've been having several meetings with them. We had one here with the supervisor and CEO and some other folks present just a few months ago. So the HCD went through some steps, and now we're in a point in the process where we're at the project phase, essentially. And so the program types are as follows. There's an infrastructure program, which that project must have a direct tie back to a disaster back in February to July of 2023. And that's what we're going to talk about Lover's Lane in a moment. And projects are also encouraged to use mitigation measures to prevent, I should say, future disaster impacts. And so that's one of the programs. The second one is what they call the mitigation program, MIT program. And so you must try to mitigate and help future disaster situations. And so there's an infrastructure construction type component, or there's a planning component under the mitigation infrastructure program funds. And again, the top one we were allocated $1.9 million, and the bottom categories we were allocated $9.5 million. So moving forward, real quick, we'll talk about the tieback. You have to have a tieback to disaster. So as we noted way back in 2023, the county actually advocated for some folks, or for the area of Lover's Lane, and said, it would be great if we had some money to rebuild the road, to improve the drainage there. Well, at the time, FEMA determined that that was not kind of an eligible use at that moment, and there was various reasons for that. And so, but we did make that outreach and make that request. But there was this program that we're going to talk about in a moment. This project has a direct tie back to that moment. And jumping forward for the infrastructure and planning programs, these activities and projects must increase resilience to disasters or eliminate long-term risk of life, injury, damage to loss of property, suffering and hardship by lessening the impact of future disasters. And so they don't have to have a direct tie back to the storms of 2023. So we have been meeting with HCD and with the roads ad hoc, and we're going to be looking for, please, direction from the board today regarding some projects in those categories. And what we'll do, staff will enter those projects into the HCD website system, and HCD staff will be reviewing them. We've already started to just not do project-specific entries, but more just background information. But we need some direction from the board on projects to actually submit to HCD for review and approval. So for the infrastructure program, as we mentioned earlier, the $1.9 million can be used to reconstruct Lovers Lane. And what that would entail is raising Lovers Lane a little bit and also improving the drainage around Lovers Lane so that the residents aren't impacted as much during future flooding events. And so that's the proposal for the 1.9 million. That area was directly impacted during the storms, as a lot of us know in this room. So for the mitigation type of programs, we have 9.5 million allocated. And one of the next steps is going to be to submit a resolution to HCD that County Council is currently reviewing. And what HCD actually encourages us to do is not to just include in that resolution an authorization for the 1.9 and 9.5 million. So above and beyond the 11.4 million, there are time to time, occasionally, funds available that other counties do not utilize. So they actually encouraged us. They didn't give us a number, but they said we encourage all counties or recipients of our funds to actually have a resolution that goes above and beyond the actual allocated amount in the event that there is additional funds available that are unused. And so we went back and forth and we kind of settled on a number of 17 million. So that actually is about 5.6 million above and beyond the 11.4 million that was allocated. And we'll talk a little bit about more about that in a moment. So HCD and our roads ad hoc actually recommends prioritizing roads, or projects, I should say, projects. And so our current priority list is as follows. There is a segment of Shore Road that we did not currently have funding to construct when we rebuilt Shore Road, and that's from Fraser Lake Road to Highway 25. And to take one step back, one of the things we've been discussing with HCD is that these roads could be considered evacuation routes for the road projects themselves. And so those are kind of the supporting baseline mentality with some of the road projects. All the road projects we'll be discussing in the next few moments. So Salinas Road, for those folks that aren't familiar, it's the road when you're in San Juan Bautista and you want to head to Monterey. It's an old concrete road that would be great to resurface, and we'd be implementing a similar application as was done with the County of Monterey, which is not really road reconstruction, but it's a resurfacing and rebuilding the shoulders of the road, because to jackhammer all of the concrete would be a few $1 million itself. So we'll be working around and on top of the concrete that exists there today. Project number 3 would be Pacheco Creek cleanup. So for folks that might not be familiar, the county worked with Pacheco Stormwater District, loaned the water district $1.7 million. Those projects that utilize that funding are complete, and we're in step number 11, I think, of the FEMA reimbursement process in a good way. Made it through a lot of steps. And so we're getting to the point where hopefully FEMA will actually be starting to reimburse the district, who will pay back the $1.7 million, which is great. But there wasn't quite enough money to clean up all of the, I'll say, priority areas on Pacheco Creek. And so one of the projects being submitted is to clean up the downstream portion of Pacheco Creek, beginning at the Lovers Lane Bridge. Another area that flooded during the storms in 2023 was down near San Juan Bautista and near where they call San Juan Creek. And one thing that should be noted with kind of both of these areas, we'll likely have to work with private property owners, such as the Pacheco Stormwater District, or maybe some folks that are in the San Juan Creek cleanup area, because some of these areas we're cleaning up are out of county jurisdiction, but HCD absolutely supports that we can work with private property owners to help mitigate flooding for residents in those areas. So San Juan Creek, near San Juan Bautista on the north side of Highway 156 will be another area for 0.5 million. Planning. So that, as I mentioned before, the MIT program includes planning. One of the things we're encountering, as maybe someone mentioned earlier, when we want to help some of these areas acquire additional grant funding, those grants keep coming back to us or the property owners and saying, you need to do a study in order to qualify for this future grant money. And so we've been told that multiple times, specifically for the Pacheco Creek watershed area. And so fortunately, this grant opportunity allows us to, perform one of those watershed studies to qualify for future grant money. So that's item number 5. Number 6, Cienega Road. There's a segment of Cienega Road that we have not been able to fix. I think we fixed 4 or 5 segments, but there's a segment between Mudstone Ranch and Bird Creek where one of our documents mentions folks that are on Union Road and trying to get to Highway 25 would have to drive through Cienega Road to get down to Highway 25 to go towards the Pinnacles and then out of the county. And so we're submitting, if the board allows us to, Cienega Road as one of those segments. And then the last segment would be King City Bitterwater Road. It's about 6 miles from Highway 25 all the way to the county line as far as length goes. And that road also needs to be improved, and that is also an evacuation route out of the county. And so I will pause there for questions or comments.
Thank you. Do we do public comment?
No, just one clarification. I don't know, maybe you did, maybe I missed it. But the original allocation for the county is $11.5 million.
Correct.
However, there's a possibility that additional funding becomes available. And happens because the state received a specific allocation from the federal government, and they have a number of years to complete those. If for whatever reason any of the other jurisdictions falls behind in completing the projects on time, they have already forecast the possibility to have those funds to be readdressed, to allocate those funds to another jurisdictions if the jurisdiction decides to do that, and if it's showing performance. I think it's very important for us to understand that performance with CDBG program is very important because we had to rush into those projects immediately to show performance, because if there's funding available on the table that hasn't been used, we can tap to those funds immediately through a resolution. And so I think it's important for us to, for the board to make a decision about the roads, send those requests to the state, and then start immediately trying to do all the planning and everything to be able to secure additional funding.
Great.
That is correct. And then there is a couple more slides. Maybe I should go through those real quick and then pause for.
Yeah, we can let's just finish up as quick as possible and do public comment.
Yeah. And then if we want to go to the other grant, let me know. Just provide me direction, please. So, so these are the locations. We don't have to go through them all now. I just talked them through, and you can kind of see them. But that's just for the board's reference of where the actual projects are located that I just discussed. And then next steps. It's been requested that at the upcoming January 27th meeting, the board would the board would review the resolution and project list for approval. And then by March, a couple months later, we'll be issuing RFQs for environmental engineering services per CDBG grant requirements. And I'll pause there maybe before we go to the Safe Streets and Road for All, unless the board wants to also discuss the second grant.
Yeah, let's just go through it all and then we'll.
Okay, great. Safe Streets and Road for All is a grant the county was recently made aware of, that we were allocated essentially again by Congress, U.S. Department of Transportation, $7.6 million. This program is based on safety improvements, and the list that was generated for that award was generated from a document that's actually on the county's website under Public Works. Go RMA, Public Works, and then you'll find a document called the Local Road Safety Plan. And what that plan does, and this was actually completed in August of 2022, it identifies areas around the county that have collision safety issues. And so about a year ago, we submitted that list to this grant, and it was based pretty much 100% off of that document, which is actually one of the requirements of the grant. And thanks again to folks, Congress and others that helped, award this grant of $7.6 million. They decided to do that. A recent grant that we received, the performance period was actually about 2.5 years, so that's still to worked out. And basically, we'll provide a little bit more details as we go forward. But that grant, it's based on safety, such as when an intersection has a lot of accidents, that program recommended perhaps striping improvements or signage improvements or a roundabout, those type of things. And sometimes they can be accompanied with roadway resurfacing, but I just want to paint a picture that the grant's based on safety improvements, and we'll have to have more details in the future to be discussed. I listed some of the types of uses of the grants and how it's awarded, and so I will also mention that cities of Hollister and the cities of San Juan Bautista were included in that local road safety program. It wasn't just the county. So when we did the program, the report, we had the city of Hollister, city of San Juan Bautista, and then obviously everything outside of those areas is our unincorporated area. And so we'll provide more details on that grant as they become available, and then the board will decide to vote on the grant award and all those fun things at their discretion at a later date. So very good things, and I guess I'll pause there now. So thanks.
Great. It's public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, Michelle Schroeder.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Michelle Schroeder. I am the president of the Pacheco Stormwater District. As most of you know, our board was reformed in 2023 after having been dormant for many years in the wake of those devastating floods in 2023. With the help of the board, we were able to repair the damaged levees from that series of storms. We were able to submit our application to FEMA for reimbursement, which we are just right at the finish line. So I want to just first of all thank you again for all the support that you've provided for our district. But there's still much work to be done. As Steve mentioned, the area west, downstream of the Lover's Lane Bridge has not been touched at all. There's been no work done there for decades, and it is an overgrown mess of vegetation. So that area really needs to be addressed. We don't have the funds to do it ourselves, and so this is a unique opportunity. But in addition to that, we're trying to do some long-term planning. We want to try to really improve the situation in North County with the flooding, and what we really need is that watershed study. Because without that, as Steve mentioned, we cannot access any other grant funds. So we have a lot of plans, a lot of ideas, but we need this study first. I think that is really a first step. And then finally, as a resident of Lover's Lane, I'm also supportive, of course, of the work on the road itself, because it's just a mess of potholes if you've been out there. So just to summarize, I would like to urge the board to support the Lover's Lane repair and also the Pacheco Creek cleanup and the Pacheco Creek watershed study, which is number 3 and 5 on Steve's list. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next in chambers, Bill.
Hello, board. My name is Bill Florek. We own property that borders the Pacheco Creek for several hundred feet. We had the opportunity of Mr. Velasquez to come out and actually observe it, and I think he's pretty much agree that it needs some work there. We've got trees that are blocking debris and so on. It just the whole creek. I don't know where to start really, but yeah, it needs so much repair out there. We've had some emergency repairs done by Mr. Loops. He's done an excellent job. But the creek being this much, the emergency repairs are just here and there, and it just continues to erode. It continues to build up sediment. The trees continue to grow. So basically, I'm just a resident looking for support to appropriate the funds to go into repair of Pacheco Creek. Yeah, thank you.
Next, Lucinda.
Hello, my name is Lucinda Florek, and that was my husband. But yeah, we're here just to support Steve Loop and be thankful for all you guys supporting us for the disasters that happened at Lover's Lane and on the creek. And like the administrative officer said, we do need to be careful, and not only that, we need to do it and support Steve on this as soon as possible, or with expediency, is because not only is that we can obtain other funds, we could also lose them. So we don't keep this going smoothly and quickly. We don't want to lose these funds either to another district. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, great. We'll bring it back to the board. And just say really quickly, I know roads are always a big topic, but let's try our best to not have everyone waiting on us in closed session. Anyone want to start with anything?
I'll go real quick. Steve, I'm really happy to see the King City Bitterwater Road on there. That is an egress road and it is in bad shape. It's constantly being patched. That does no good. The one road that's not Cienega, that's a whole nother topic you and I could talk all day about. That's okay. Understanding what the problem is out there is a long topic. I'm happy to see the funding going there. The one road that I don't see either on the MIT programs or the, maybe this is coming in the safe streets, is can we look at the safety of Pinoche? As you know, the street lines are no longer visible. When the fog was here, it was just atrocious and unsafe for people because they couldn't even see where the road was. So regardless of the potholes, just making sure that people stay on the road is kind of key. So if that could be considered in the future, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with the list, and Pinoche Road is on the list. I'll have to look at the exact improvements, but the road itself is on the list in a good way for the Safe Streets for All.
Okay, the only other thing is the new IDRIA and all the work you did on that, and then to have the reclamation from the Superfund trucks going up there to do the reclamation that destroyed that road after all the work that was done on it is atrocious, and I will plan on speaking with Congresswoman Zoe on this topic because I think the feds need to help us with the repairs after we just spent all that money on it, and it's basically back to where it was. I'll stop.
Great.
I could go all day.
You go get them. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to our CEO, because she played an important role in this, and she had her connections too with the HCD, set up a meeting to understand these numbers and how we can get the funding. Steve, of course, for doing a great job on this, and the entire board for following through. I want to make sure, and I'm sure the person that spoke earlier didn't really intend to spread false information, but this happens way too often where somebody plants false information in somebody else's head, encourage them to go say it in public. Look, everyone's been working hard on these things. The facts are this: if we did not get our housing plan approved, we couldn't even talk about these dollars. That's a very important part for everyone to understand. And again, this entire board worked hard to make sure we can put together a plan that makes sense for our community. So there's a lot of work to do on this. We have the committee, we talked about this earlier, so we can keep moving forward on this aggressively to get these things done. We do have a timeline of 2030. We are going to finish those funds way, way before that. We're not going to wait that many years, and we're going to keep doing those routes, emergency evacuation routes. King City Road, for example, we had that conversation. I drive that quite often, and I can tell you, usually I'm having to drive on the other side of the road when I drive or in the center or playing all these little zigzag games. So all of these things we know are important. We cannot get to them all, but we're going to attack the ones, as we all agreed on, those that have the most traffic on them first and work our way back. So thank you for everyone that works so hard on these projects here.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone involved with this effort. And, you know, no matter what list we come up with, because there's so many roads that need to be fixed in our community, we got so much work to do because, you know, unfortunately, there's so much, you know, as everybody knows, deferred road work in prior decades. You're not gonna please everybody. But what I do know about this list is that these are very, very productive projects, and we're knocking out some really important projects that are at the top of that list, that priority list. And I also will say, I think it's a good, fair list. You know, when it comes to just the needs, when you're balancing traffic volume, geographic areas of the county, safety issues, it's just a very, very good list, and I'm very thankful. Salinas Road, obviously, it's one of those roads that's been on the county road commitment list for, I think, 3 years as well now. So whatever, you know, obviously I hear about Salinas Road. I hear about other roads, obviously San Juan Canyon Road, which, you know, we're not quite there with that because of the cost and the unique terrain. And I try to explain that to people that the cost came in so high because of that unique terrain. But these are really well-deserving roads. So I'm very thankful. And I will just say that I'm also going to reiterate the urgency part of this, that I know, you know, we talked in the ad hoc and you mentioned the dates and everything, but really would like these projects to get a plan set ASAP. I'm hoping we can have a priority discussion perhaps at our next meeting where we go over priorities again, but I can only assume that roads are going to be at or near the top of the list, so that I really want to make sure if we don't have the general fund dollars, which we don't have to do road projects, we have this $9.5 million, and we want to get use out of it sooner than later. And I know we'll have SB1, just so the public is aware, we'll have some SB1 dollars this summer, and I believe the rest of Fairview is included in there.
That's correct. Fairview's next between Fallon and Aquista Pace, and we get approximately 2.5 to 2.8 million per year of SB1. So that at least is one funding source.
So we're knocking out Fairview as well in the next year. We have contracts out for San Juan Highway, for Union Road should be starting soon, weather dependent, logistics dependent. So we're getting a lot of work done, but I will just say, let's set a plan forth that sets firm dates and get this moving as soon as we can. And we talked as well about, you know, Steve's got a lot on his plate. There's a library, there's a parkway project, a whole slew of things that Steve's got going. So we discussed at the ad hoc level of the potential of bringing on a project manager who specifically is assigned from a contract project manager who specifically assigned to making sure these grant funded projects move forward as quickly as possible. So I'm hoping we can have that sooner than later as well from the administration side. And then on the $7.6 million, thank you again to the feds, to Congress, to staff, everyone, the board, everyone involved. We have expressed again at the ad hoc level, so we're bringing these things forward as we do to Steve that, and I don't know what this mechanism looks like. Perhaps it's Supervisor Curro going to NACO or whatever it might be, Supervisor Zanger. I'd like to see us re-engage with the feds, the decision makers involved with this grant, to see what level of wiggle room we have to put as much of that $7.6 million as possible toward safety-related paving, repaving. We understand rumble strips and addressing curvatures and all those things are important, but really the most important safety matter that we have in this community is the condition of the roads. So if we can do anything we can to re-engage with those decision makers, to nudge those dollars more toward repaving projects, I think the better off we'll be. And at the very least, I would say, aside from repaving, if we can use whatever level of those dollars we can on striping. So those are two things that I know the public will get behind. The other things, the roundabouts, those are going to carry question marks no matter what direction you go with roundabouts and using the dollars on other calming mechanisms. I do know that repaving and striping, you're going to have a lot of people behind that. So whatever we can do from a staff perspective, from an advocate perspective, to have a plan to nudge those dollars toward repaving, I would support. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple questions or comments. Steve, do you have sufficient staffing to be able to execute all of this? I mean, I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. Your list is quite long of all these things to get done and get down immediately, right? And so I want to make sure that we're supportive and making sure that you have the ability to get all these things done.
Thanks for the question and the previous comment. Public Works would be very, very welcoming of a project manager, especially for this 11.4 million, the 1.9 plus the 9.5. If somehow, some way, there could be, a consultant project manager, so to speak, or a staff member, new staff member, I'll say, but one or the other to help, especially manage this grant to keep it moving forward in a timely manner, we would welcome that assistance.
Okay. Supervisor Sotelo, based on the experience that I have with this type of projects, we're talking about 7 to 8 projects. 7 to 8 projects that will need designs, construction management, environmental services. So my recommendation will be to be, and it's grant funded, meaning it's not a permanent position. It's grant funded, and we need to expedite the process. So I will be working with Steve to potentially hire a consultant that assists us in putting together a plan of how do we address all those roads whenever you approve those projects, because that's the first step we need to take. Steve is coming on the 27th with the projects for you selection and new direction, and we need to submit that resolution to the state for the state to provide us with the contract. And once that we have the contract, the clock starts and then we start moving forward. So that's the plan that I need to discuss with Steve. But I will be cautious about hiring someone permanent and be overwhelmed with the 7-11 projects on hand than having a consultant just to put together a plan. And
all I want to do is just ensure that
Yes.
we have support staff to make
Yes.
sure that we can execute these things correctly. Whether it's a staff person or a consultant, I don't really care. I just want to make sure it gets taken care of.
Yes. The other concern that we have also is that this type of funding requires a very specific process to do procurement process in regards to RFQs for consultant engineers. They have to be approved by the state. And we have to have a specific language, which we're going to involve county council as well to ensure that we are in compliance.
Okay, great. Well, it sounds like we will be well taken care of and we'll be able to make sure that we're able to do this. Under the, the Safe Streets and Roads for All, I think there are some areas that I agree the striping is going to be critical, but I also think that I see safe routes to school and transit. We need a stoplight at Fairview and Fallon really bad, and I imagine that's going to be a few $1 million. And
4.5,
million.
Steve,
Okay.
you want to bring
$4 million,
you
yeah.
talk?
So I say that I think it potentially hits a lot of these points right here. And you've got a lot of kids on that road. You've got a lot of people, again, using that as kind of our ingress, egress kind of. I mean, people use Fairview like crazy, but it is very dangerous with that crossover at Fallon. And so if there's any possibility, I just want to raise that I think that could be a very good project as well. Supervisor Curro, in your district, I remember we toured several years ago after the floods, and we were looking at the damage in one particular area.
Cottonwood.
but I can't remember the name. Cottonwood. Did I get it?
Yeah, Cottonwood.
Have we done anything? I mean, I know there was a lot of
They
damage.
did a lot of work there. I have not heard that has had any need for more improvements. They did so much there, but I would leave that up to staff.
Yeah, that's correct. We, with FEMA funds, utilized a contractor, put a lot of big riprap and rock and reinforcement in that area. So it's
holding up
much
well.
improved, yes.
It's so
good.
improved from
I
where
just remember seeing it and
appreciate that.
thinking, oh my gosh. And so just, like Lover's Lane, it's an area that gets taken over by flooded waters. I am good. Well, do we have to talk at all about the local share match or anything like that?
So I noticed that in the funding, the $7 million is a 25% matching fund.
20%.
20%,
which is
about 1.5 million from
1.525.
our commitment, right?
Yeah, so we will come back with you before accepting that grant, because when you accept that grant, you also have to make the commitment. And so we're going to be looking into funding opportunities to address the matching funds.
Okay, fantastic. And then, let's see, I had one other thing, I think, but it's escaped my mind.
Mr. Chair,
I know what it was.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna give you a moment to think of it because I had something you.
Oh, well, I remembered, but if you want to
you
go.
go. No, you-
Okay. I'm just curious. So with that FEMA, there was a lot of money that we expensed out at that time. Have we been reimbursed for all of that to date?
About 20%, I think, and I might be wrong, but I think we just received confirmation of about $900,000, one of our big project costs, which would get us over past 50%. But that just happened, I think, in an email yesterday. So long story short, if that's correct, then I think we're about the 60% level of reimbursement, which is great.
Okay.
So to answer your question.
Okay, so we're still being reimbursed for our expenditures during that flood and that storm. This is on top of, that doesn't include any of the reimbursements. This is completely separate from that.
This grant is completely separate.
Okay, okay. All right, great. Thank you, I appreciate it.
And I'm really sorry, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. The FEMA, I would love to get details on that before we go to DC, because that will be a talking point that I want to make sure we have. And also, I didn't realize the schools were part of that safe area. Southside Road, Southside School, they have a queuing area that people pass the cars on a blind curve in front of the school. It is the most unsafe thing I've ever seen. I would love to find a way that we could cut a deal of an easement in the backside of the school for a queuing line so it's not on Southside. I just drove it the other day and I couldn't believe how bad the backup was. So thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you. Yeah, this is obviously awesome to see. We love this money for the roads. I just want to be clear, because I don't want people to see this list and think this is all the roads, because Mickey mentioned it, but we are working on Union, on Fairview. Now, I know we're going to get the SB1 money. Are we predicting that the last remaining section of Fairview this year sometime, be able to complete that or start that? Or
Yeah, as soon as the funding comes in, so we get about $250,000 per month, and that last segment of Union, I believe we got an estimate 6 months ago of $1.2 million. So once the SB1 funds get built up to 1.2 million, then we will construct. And so that probably is the fall-ish. I don't want to predict when we get money from the state on gas tax and vehicle license fees. So as soon as we get that amount of funds, it'll trigger, and then we can finish that last piece of
well,
funds.
let's just, I guess, try our best to be ready to go when we get the money so that we can get it before the rains and whatnot. And then Union, when is Union starting? What, days now, weeks from now?
Yeah, it actually is, the 15th is their first day of, they're taking some coins 2 days from now. And then I mean with them, the contractor this week, to put together a schedule. And yeah, so you'll see some minor construction, I'll say, on Thursday. So yeah.
Okay, great. And then I was also going to bring up the Fallon stoplight, the signal. I heard shout out it was now 4 million.
4.5.
Why? That seems like a lot for the stoplight, right? Is they relining the road?
We're relining the road, we're acquiring right of way. That's our estimate. If it comes in lower, that's great. Like Union, we actually overestimated. I think our estimate was 3.5 and it came in at 3.1, but the current estimate for Fallon Fairview is a little over $4 million. That is correct. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to support whatever we can do to get that done as quickly and cost effectively as possible, because that is absolutely needed. And people have been thinking we're getting that for, I think, years now. As long as I've been on the board, it's always been a discussion, and it's still not there. And someone else is unfortunately going to have an accident there if we don't get it done. So I hope we can push that along as quickly as possible, and we can support that. That's all I had. If there's nothing else, I think we need to accept and the grants and provide any direction.
Mr. Chair, can we basically approve the project list today so that we can?
No, today it's not on the agenda. Today is just a presentation. On the 27th, we're coming back with the resolution prepared that has language specifically from the funding sources and with all the projects, the list of all the projects to be approved, which is the next board meeting, the next board meeting.
Okay. Can we give direction as well at that point to pursue the hiring of a project manager?
Yes, we can come back with that, with a proposal if it's necessary.
Okay. So then I guess that's it then for now, and we'll come back with the actual resolution at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, now we're going to break for closed session. And I'll probably be back at, 2:30? 2 or 2:30, something like that. So, thank you. Oh, wait, public comment on closed session.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Cool, thank you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we are coming back from closed session. County Council, anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'd like to make the following announcements regarding the outcome of closed session. As to item 7.1, the board unanimously voted to appoint Ken Griffin as the county's agricultural commissioner. As to item number 7.2, the board unanimously directed County Council to defend the matter and that the matter be assigned to Prentice Long for defense. As to item number 7.3, that item is being continued to the next meeting. As to item 7.4, there is no reportable action. As to 7.5 and 7.6, there is no reportable action. And lastly, as to item 7.7, the board has unanimously directed the County Council's office to defend the matter and has assigned the case to Prentice Long. Thank you. That is the end of the reports.
Thank you. All right, we're actually going to do the future agenda items first, and then we'll move to the Audit Committee and Finance Corp. So future agenda items, 8.1, we had Supervisor Curro.
Thank you, and I want to apologize to the county auditor and staff. I am not well, and I'm going to have to miss your presentation. I barely made it this long, and these are my last two items, and then I need to get home. Okay, the first item, it's pretty self-explanatory. I want to look at options. If maybe we can discuss, the public has continued, we've had an individual that continues to ask for evening meetings. This is more than a topic just about evening meetings. It's a topic about what other meetings could we have? Would the board consider having a future item on that?
I'm open to that. Earlier today, when we were talking about the San Justo Reservoir, I kind of thought about this item, and I thought this might be a great opportunity for us to maybe have some, when we discuss San Justo, maybe doing it at a different time, because there are so many people in our community that are very, very interested in this topic, and doing it maybe a little bit later might feel a little more inclusive. So I would definitely be agreeable to taking different meetings during the year and doing them at a different time.
I think, if I can, Mr. Chair, I think these type of special meetings that you point out, those are perfectly fine. The issue the individual is talking about is all of our board meetings being in the evening. And, as an example, it's 3:00 right now, going to 4 before we get out of here. The reality is we cannot do board meetings in the evenings. Coming from the city, that's what we did, but it was 3-4 hours. Every once in a while we went to 1 or 2 in the morning. I can tell you the next day, staff was calling in sick. Nobody could work. It's 2 in the morning. So these special meetings, like some of the committees, they meet in the evenings, planning commission, so on. Yeah, that's fine. But we have to be realistic and remind everybody, the videos are out there. If there's something you didn't like in the meeting, contact us.
So if we could just have this be a discussion item.
Yeah.
I'm
that good?
Yeah, I'm good with having it. Do we have public comment on this, though?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, then yeah, we can have this as a discussion at a future meeting.
Okay, my second item is about the general plan and zoning amendments and a schedule with all of the changes that have happened in the building and planning department and the staff changes. I'd really like us to have a discussion or a presentation that allows us to see the full schedule and how much each area of the amendments are gonna cost, so we can start working on budget projections for the future. It doesn't have to be a huge item, it's not going into specifics, but it's going into the overall process that's trying to be done. I feel like we were really attacking last year so many areas. If we brought it all together into one presentation with cost and schedule and keep staff on that schedule. That sound okay?
Good with that?
Okay?
Okay.
This is going quick. Okay, my last one. Thank you so much for the nomination to the NACO as the delegate. I don't know if you know, they already booked up the hotel. It's past the early registration, but I paid all my stuff in advance because I'm on that Ag and Rural Affairs Steering Committee. So I wanted to put a future agenda item for the board to either approve me to travel or not travel, because if it's not travel, then I'm going to be going on my kind of own dime. So considering maybe a reimbursement, and just so you know, I got the cheapest hotel possible. They have twin beds. They asked if I wanted bunk beds, and I said, I'm sorry, I have to go one up. I need at least a twin.
What is our policy right now on the travel? Is it just for like the delegate to attend the
No, I don't know
travel?
if-
Or I know that we cut our travel budget, but, and I know there was a few instances last year where, you know, we were kind of unsure. And so can I get clarification on what that policy is? Do you remember? Sorry, CEO.
I don't have the policy, but I can bring it on the day that we
Yeah.
present the item for
Okay.
approval.
Good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it covered your travel for these
No, it
these
was pretty,
conferences.
it was, well, we had to get board approval for out-of-state travel, and the funding was not granted unless it was within the budget. So I don't know where we're at on our budget right
And I
now
will
with
bring you an
travel.
update what you are in the budget.
Yeah,
in
we,
terms of
and we
budget.
should have
Okay.
plenty of funding in the budget because we don't do a lot of travel. But
Yeah,
yes,
I
I
haven't done any
support
travel, yeah.
and maybe get a normal
So we'll
hotel.
make-
Yeah, not bunk beds.
I did go cheap. I went Coach. I fit fine in Coach.
I wouldn't. We're gonna cheat.
And
Normal, normal.
I didn't go bunk beds. So I went, woohoo. Yeah. So thank you guys. And I do apologize, Joe Paul. I will be listening, but I'm not going to be attending the rest of the meeting. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Take care.
Great. Okay, now that concludes future agenda items. We'll move on to the Audit Committee, 5.1. The board will adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Audit Committee. First, you have to acknowledge certificate of posting. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public comment on items of interest not on the agenda, of the Audit Committee.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Great. 5.2, approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the October 15th meeting?
So moved.
Second? Is there a second? Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next, 5.3, accept Audit Committee PowerPoint presentation by the County Auditor Controller.
Kenny. There's lawsuits in there too. All your stuff.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Zanger, and congratulations on being the new chair, and to the Board of Supervisors. I am County Auditor Joe Paul Gonzalez, and I have the pleasure of providing this presentation to the board. This is actually not to the board, to the new committee as a whole, audit committee, standing committee, which is a change that occurred because of Resolution 25-102 that augmented 2011-81, which was formed the audit committee back in 2011. Sorry for my voice. I don't know. It's raspy. Since not all members of the board have had the opportunity to sit on the audit committee, I prepared this overview of what the audit committee's responsibilities are. And then I've also, towards the end of the presentation, provided slides to discuss, to present what the status of the fiscal year 24-25 financial reporting is for the county. Also, in addition, online is Lindsay Zimmerman, who is from Brown and Armstrong. She is our external auditor for the county. So she will, I believe she's been put up to, promoted to presenter to be able to comment as she would like. Okay. Okay. Responsibilities of the audit committee are there's three main areas that the audit committee is responsible for: independent review and oversight, financial reporting, internal controls, and over the independent auditors. By effectively carrying out the functions of the audit committee and responsibilities, the audit committee helps to ensure that management properly develops and adheres to sound system of internal controls. That procedures are in place to objectively assess management's practice, and that the independent auditors, through their own review, objectively assess the government's financial reporting practices. The oversight of the financial reporting process, oversight really of the annual comprehensive financial report, how it's prepared and put together. We call it the ACFR. The ACFR has three main sections: introductory section, the financial section, and the statistical section. The GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Boards, has provided 105 pronouncements or statements to guide state and local government over how financial reporting is put together. Certain pronouncements have been completely or partially superseded by the issuance of subsequent pronouncements. So not all 105 are active pronouncements. So GASB, the GASB statement number 34, which was effective for state and local governments after June 15th, 2001, for the year end, for year ends after June 15th, 2001, that statement became effective. And at that time, the county became, in order to comply with the GASB standard, had to comply with the GASB 34 and that statement provided a framework for financial statements and the management discussion and analysis for the county and other local and state governments. So the ACFR has in each of these sections has various reports and information and data that provide transparency of the county. And the county's own audited ACFRs can be found on the county's website in the link that you see on this slide. There's a little snippet there of the last 8 ACFRs that have been provided and presented in the county. Now, the GASB recommends that the ACFR, that the final ACFR be presented no later than 6 months after the fiscal year end. And so that's generally by December 31st. That's when the ACFR should be presented. Yes.
Joe Paul, is that what has that been our traditional practice? I mean, have we been able to meet that 6-month mark typically?
Yeah, for the last 4 years, we have been, well, actually 5 years, we have been able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
So, the GASB doesn't really prescribe specific internal controls. Rather, the GASB provides, requires that all agencies have effective internal controls that are necessary for the entity to comply with the GASB's pronouncements and ensure accurate financial reporting. So, while the GASB doesn't have the specific requirements, it does recognize that the counties and really all state and local government agencies rely on the structure built on the COSO framework components. COSO is an acronym for the Committee on Sponsoring Organizations of the Treasury Commission. It's a U.S. private sector initiative providing guidance on internal controls, enterprise risk management, and fraud deterrence. The 5 components of the COSO are control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communications, and monitoring. So, as you can see in the slide here, the control environment, that's what that really amounts to, is the ethical tone and foundation of the organization. The risk assessment, identifying and analyzing threats to the goals of the organization. Control activities are actions to manage risks. Information communication, process for capturing and sharing relevant quality information. Here is where IT is an essential part of the COSO framework. And the last is monitoring ongoing assessments to ensure controls are working and issues are resolved. The key controls are cash reconciliations, budget checks before spending, periodic inventory counts, segregation of duties, that's critical for preventing fraud, separating tasks like authorizing payments from people actually making them. Compliance focus is strong emphasis on adhering to county, state, and federal laws with clear reporting objectives. This the third aspect, the third area of responsibility of the audit committee is the independent review and oversight of the external auditor. The audit committee's review and oversight of government independent auditors involves appointing, which the audit committee did do, and the board subsequently followed up by a contract with Brown and Armstrong, compensating and overseeing the work of the external auditor, ensuring independence, and pre-approving services, discussing audit plans, results with auditors and management, handling complaints confidentially, reviewing auditor quality controls, and maintain clear reporting lines to the governing body, all while applying professional skepticism to financial reporting, internal controls, and the audit process itself. So these are the key responsibilities of the audit committee as it relates to the external auditor: selection and management, engagement and scope oversight, quality and independence assurance, reporting and communication, skepticism and governance. The external auditor is on the line, online right now and on Zoom. Lindsay Zimmerman from Brown and Armstrong. She's listening in, and when I've asked her to be present for any questions that the board may have for her. And at each audit committee meeting, hopefully she can attend, or a representative from her office can attend, so that the external auditor can provide answers to questions that the community may have. So with each, in order to prepare for the financial reporting each year, the auditor's office prepares this plan and schedule here to all the county departments, so that we do that annually, basically providing this year-end closing schedule and deadlines. This was for the 24-25 fiscal year. It's for the ACFR and CFA preparation. CFA stands for Schedule of Federal Awards. That is prepared by the county and provided to the external auditor for the single audit. The latest date on this report was September 5th. That's when everything was supposed to have been completed by the departments.
So can I ask a quick question on that, just to make sure? So on this kind of spreadsheet, everything prior to, or everything that was submitted after that September 5th is what would be in this report? Or no? This is just giving us a timeline of how these things are going to work, and what you're saying is September 5th is going to be the deadline.
Well, that was last September 5th,
right?
2025.
Right.
All the items associated with posting the transactions, revenues, expenditures, all of those items were supposed to have been posted.
Right, but I remember there was a bunch that weren't, or something like that. But so this is just, sorry, I expanded it. I couldn't really read it, and so I just expanded it much larger, and I can see this is basically the timeline for how you go about the process of getting the ACFR prepared and all of that. And so what you're saying in here is that September 5th was the year-end close date.
Yes.
Okay. Is that typical? Every year it would be September 5th?
We try to adhere to that as closely as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
In other words, that's our plan.
Okay. Thank you.
But as of November and December, these projects that I have listed there, that are part of CIP projects, those had just barely been completed in November, December. So that's that's already a couple months after the September deadline. And so this is a list that was produced in when this item was created. These items had not yet, these were outstanding items, had not been completed yet. I'm happy to say that they are now completed. But at this time, the RMA has, while it's completed these, the exception to these projects are the revenue associated with the projects for behavioral health and health and human services. Those revenues were not posted, and our fiscal year end is closed. So those transactions will not be posted to the 24-25 fiscal year. Instead, those departments are going to need to come back to the Board of Supervisors for a budget augmentation to be able to make the payments for those projects from their departments in 25-26.
If you can go back for a second. Sorry to interrupt you, but going back to the completed in November, December list that you had there, are you saying the project itself was completed or the financial reporting was completed in November, December?
The financial reporting associated with those projects.
But these were all, these were projects that were spent in 24, 25.
Yes.
And then you finally got the financial reporting completed November through December.
Yes. That's right.
But they should have been in by September.
Should have been in.
These should have been, in a perfect world, they should have all been in before this September 5th.
Well, they
right?
should have been in before June. I mean.
Well, right.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the absolute deadline,
yes.
September 5th.
Yeah, that's always our hope, is that if we can get everything in by that date, in October, our plan is to create the first ACFR, the first draft of the ACFR. So in October, the external auditor has an opportunity to get that first draft and begin its auditing processes, and then so that finally by December, the final ACFR is completed.
So Joe Paul, really quickly. So I know you've kind of highlighted the capital improvement projects that were, the financial paperwork, et cetera, was completed in November, December, but there was more than just capital improvements that came in after September 5th, right? Or was it just capital? Okay.
No.
Okay. So you're highlighting capital improvements,
right.
But there was a lot of departments that had adjustments, corrections after September 5th.
There were, but they weren't as material as these items. And that's why we held off on closing the year end, because these items are material. And so that, basically if we didn't include them in our ACFR, that would be, and they're audited, and the external auditor looks at them and says, well, wait a minute, these were not reported. That's a finding.
And is it typically because of these are higher dollar amounts? Is that what would trigger?
Materiality has to be
okay.
dollar amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And before you go on again, just so we're all clear, the slide we're looking at now, you still have not got all the information on all of these for reporting for financial.
No. When this slide was created in December, this was the status. These were not ready. These were the outstanding transactions. Since then, these items have been completed. The only thing that hasn't been completed is the CIP revenue transfers from behavioral health and health and human services. And in addition, which is very critical, is the CFA has not been provided by the RMA. The CFA, the Schedule of Federal Awards, that's for the federal grants. Our external auditor needs a complete CFA to be able to begin the process of the single audit, and which they have their auditing requirements to be able to comply with.
Okay, but I guess I'm just, you're doing a presentation today, January 13th. You're saying these are completed, but we're looking at your presentation saying need to build department. I mean, did you think about updating your presentation so we're clear on this? These have been completed also?
The deadline to submit, I have 3 weeks to submit this before this for this meeting. So that's why it's not as timely, because in order to be submitted timely, I had to provide this presentation.
Just for clarification, since I was just chair, you certainly can submit an amended presentation. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Thank you.
We tried, but we're in the process of trying to get the ACFR completed. In addition to the ACFR right now, by January 31st, the county's financial transactions reports and the special district reports must be completed and submitted to the state controller's office. In addition, the W-2s need to be created and reported, and the 1099s also have to be, created and reported. So there's a lot going on, and of course the big thing is I'm missing. I have two positions that are no longer in my office at this time. The one retired and the other position was eliminated. Those were two senior auditor accountants who had a lot of experience and were very, very critical to the county auditor controller's office. Okay, so as I mentioned last year, the first draft of the ACFR was created in October and submitted to our external auditor. At this time, the working trial balance has been submitted to the external auditor, so they've been able to initiate some of their work. But I wanted to bring to the attention of the board that principally the reason why the financial statements are late is because the RMA department was lacking fiscal staff to be able to produce the work that they needed to get done in their departments. If they don't get their work done, we cannot get our work done and to transmit to the external auditors. And the accounting position is vacant right now, but I understand from Steve Loop that he's going to interview 2 candidates for that position. So that's very good news. The administrative services manager is that position has that. They had announced that they was probably going to retire in January. Fortunately, that person has reconsidered, so they're not going to retire. That's really good news. And one thing that is very important that, I know it's very important to CAO Colio that the,
CEO now.
on the 15th, right?
We voted today, so we'll call it as of today.
That she must sign, as I must sign together, the management representation letter. Basically, attesting that everything that we're reporting is accurate and complete. And that's, that's something that at this time is a little bit difficult to do, especially since the CFA has not been completed. So we won't be able to do that until we are assured that the CFA is complete. One of the things that the two senior accountants that left, one of their jobs was, once the CFA was transmitted to our office from the departments, they would do an intense review of the CFA to make sure it's complete and accurate. We don't have that bandwidth now. We just don't have it. So basically, whatever the departments are submitting, the best we could do is submit it to our external auditor as complete as the departments have provided it.
Is that only for items that are, because it's so late, or this is for only, I haven't quite wrapped my head on what CFA exactly is. I see it's a schedule of federal awards, but I'm not sure exactly what that means. So would this be this is anything that doesn't get in, you guys are not able to kind of review it and it just goes to the outside auditor, or is this things that are specific, any items that are specific to CFA? Sorry, I may not be understanding it.
So not all departments get federal awards. Health and Human Services does, RMA does with they get a lot of federal dollars. The ARPA was one of them that the CEO's office, was responsible for. The library was another one. Those are extremely critical, that anything that gets spent in the year that, they get spent, that it gets reported on the schedule of federal awards, so that the external auditor can verify that these expenditures were compliant with the guidance associated with the 2 CFR 200.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So previously, you guys were kind of reviewing what a department would submit, but now with staffing shortages, et cetera, what I'm hearing you say is you guys don't have the ability to review it, and so now it's just going to the outside auditor. Am I understanding that process correctly?
That's right. That's our intent.
Okay. Do you feel confident right now in people's understanding and ability, departments is I guess kind of where I'm going with this, in filling out whatever paperwork that they need to fill out, the forms for this schedule of federal awards, the CFA? Or do you feel that maybe we need to do some additional training, make sure that people, because if we're not now kind of double checking to make sure everything's done, we've got to make sure it's done right out the get, right? And so I want to make sure that if there's training that's needed, that we address that right away to make sure that we're giving people the training they need. I think sometimes we assume everybody, I assume you know how to do it, right? But sometimes we don't know how to do it.
Well, one of the problems is that the auditor's office is not, doesn't know all the departmental accounting. We're not there. We're not there at the RMA. We don't know what projects they're working on. That's all information, their cost accounting system. So only they have knowledge of the projects that they're working on, and they are, reporting as best that they know how. The CFA at the RMA department is going to be produced by, the one employee there who's never done it before. And so it's, it's going to be challenging for that person. And I'm grateful that that person is still there to be able to take it on. We'll do what we can to provide a cursory review, but it certainly won't be anything like the intense review that our very experienced senior accountants, did in the past.
Is that the,
I believe so, except I have our external auditor on the line. If you have any questions for the external auditor.
okay, let's do a public comment before I forget though.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Great, thank you. Any comments from the board at this point? Questions?
I'll throw in comments, and I'm glad we're here in front of the entire board. We've been having these conversations since I first got onto this committee. You've known my frustration about some of these issues. And here we are now in December, and I'm hearing kind of the same thing. It's if I could have, or if we had this, or if we, but we made it clear back at those earlier conversations. We know we have an issue here. Somebody has to take the lead. You're the auditor. If somebody doesn't know what they're doing, we have to have special care to make sure they get the help they needed to get these things done.
But that's not how it works.
Well, but at the end of the day, it's what has to work because we need to close
It's
books.
not how
We
the
need to
system designed.
okay.
So internal control, there's three components of internal control. One is the authorization, and that's authorization is management. Two is recording function. That's my function as auditor. And the third is a custody function, which is our treasurer. So those three functions have to be completely separate. And that's why, that's why the work of the departments is not really, is not the responsibility of the auditor to make sure that it gets done, but to the departments who they report to. That's why I work closely with our CEO to ask that these departments have sufficient resources to be able to get their work done. I'm supposed to review their work, not do their work.
Nobody's asking you to do their work. This is a conversation, again, that we've had. I know you're saying the same thing we said in the past meetings. What I'm saying is we knew we had these issues here. And we knew time was of the essence. And here we are still having the same conversation. There should have been more of an effort. We should have done something more to get these things done. Whatever that took, because at the end of the day, you are the auditor. And if they're not getting their work done to you or supplied to you, then we all end up having a problem.
That's true.
And that's been my frustration.
That's why I'm really happy that the board decided to have an audit committee of the whole, so that everyone understands what their responsibilities are. The responsibility of the board of supervisors, not the audit committee, but the board of supervisors, is to ensure that the departments have sufficient resources to be able to do their jobs. And one of their jobs is providing all the financial reporting required of them, especially if they have federal awards. And right now, the one department that has the largest federal awards is not compliant. And I'm bringing that to the audit committee so that the audit committee can make recommendations as to what should be done in order to resolve this problem so that we don't have this issue next year.
I'm not going to repeat myself over and over again, but I will say, we talked about this issue. We said you need to find some other people that have the experience, some experts, some contractors to help you through this. Let's do what we need to do to get it through. And we're having the conversation again. So, thanks.
Thank you. So I'm just kind of trying to wrap my head around all of this. And this is all kind of a little bit new, right? I haven't sat on the audit committee in my 3 years on this board. But so I'm trying to understand kind of the reporting piece and this CFA kind of schedule. So and I understand kind of everybody's duties with being kind of that check and balance. Does every department, though, that we have within like our county team, does every department have a fiscal person?
There's someone in the office who, like is a payroll liaison. There's someone who is an account technician or account technician or an accounting technician.
So every single department has a financial person that should be taking care of.
Or there's some position in the office that's delegated that fiscal function, that financial function.
Okay, and do you feel like with, it sounds like some of them are probably doing multiple duties, which I know a lot of us do in the county. Do they have the knowledge and the background to be able to do? I feel like right now we need to find a solution to this, right? Like we can harp on the problems all day long, but what is kind of going to be our solution? So hopefully next year, by September 5th, you're like, hey, everything is in, right? Like it's all in, we're good. And so I guess that's my goal, is that we will work to find a solution to figure out how we make sure that September 5th rolls around, everything's in, maybe there's 1 or 2 items, okay, quick little fixes, not repeating what we have this year, right? And maybe this year was a perfect storm, I don't know. But do you feel like if every department has a fiscal something person, right? They're dealing with some of those. Do you feel like they have the knowledge and the background to be able to report everything? Or do you see some gaps that we need to do a better job in training? Now, whether that's your responsibility or not, we can figure that out, right? Like maybe that's something that, okay, working together, we can figure out how we get this training. But I truly believe that like our employees want to do the best that they can, right? But sometimes if we're not taking the time to train, sometimes people don't know, right? I'm doing the best I can, but I haven't really had anybody teach me. And so I just want to make sure that we're setting all of us up for success, right? I want you to be successful because if you're successful, we all look successful up here. And so I'm just trying to kind of figure out how this works in kind of in the real world and in departments.
Well, we provide training. The auditor's office has training. We've had different trainings throughout this last year in 25, and we're going to have trainings again this year in 26, specific to the year in closing. Those kinds of questions. We're like, as I mentioned, the one department that stands out right now that is the the bottleneck, the weakest link is the RMA. That's the one that needs assistance. They need to have. I know they're going to hire an accounting manager. I'm really hopeful that person will be the right fit and be motivated to learn the job. If hopefully that all works out.
Is there something like, somebody gets hired, say, in this position in RMA that you're kind of saying is critical, particularly when it comes to these CFA and all of this federal money that's coming in? Is there an opportunity for you to maybe work with them or somebody from the auditor's office to make sure that they're trained correctly? Even though I know you're saying like you don't know the interdepartment kind of functions, but you know what needs to be, you kind of know the schedule of what this form is or whatever, and hey, I think sometimes it's really important that people understand the why of what they're doing, right? Sometimes we just go along with, just doing the things, but if you don't understand the why of what you're doing, sometimes it's really hard. And I think you might be a helpful piece in helping somebody understand the why and explain, and knowing that, okay, here's the form, this is how you fill it out, here's past ones. We want to make sure we're setting all of us up for success.
Yes, under normal circumstances, every department has an assigned auditor accountant.
Okay.
That's their go-to person for the departments to ask questions that they don't know.
Okay.
And even if the auditor accountant doesn't know, we'll find out what the answer is.
Okay.
We'll go up the chain. We may even contact our external auditor. Oftentimes, they're a tremendous resource to get to the get to the meat of the matter, how we solve this problem. I know we used our previous auditor extensively to, answer questions like that.
Okay.
But yes, that is our role
Okay.
in the auditor's office, is to assist the departments.
Okay, thank you. So I kind of want to turn it over to now. I want to direct some of my questions at the CEO, because what I'm kind of hearing from you is that because of the separation of duties, some of the training would need to fall on the CEO's office. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, I don't know that training. I think really the duty of the CEO is to make sure that to assure that the departments have sufficient resources and the right resources to get the job done. That's their job. It's management.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the question though before. I think people don't know how to do some of the things and they need help with that. And so I think before you kind of had made the comment that there's these 3 separate areas, and I'm just trying to identify right now who is going to be the one that's responsible for training and making sure everybody is clear on what the expectation is, what the why is, and how to do some of these functions so that we're not in this same place next year. So that for you, come September 5th this year, you're like, oh, it's all in. I'm going to submit it early to our outside auditors, right? Like that's my goal. And so I don't know if maybe this, if you want to say anything about how maybe you see a solution, because I think again we need to focus on the solution, right? Like kind of hashing over been wrong isn't going to help anything. How do we get better? How do we do better? And how do we continue to work together as a team? So I'll go ahead and let you take over.
Yes, there is a combination of situations here. We are in the process of hiring the positions that are vacant to provide the services as the financial services. Previously, for some reason, people were hired that lack the capacity to do the work. And they're gone, right? Because they couldn't do it. And the reason they couldn't do it is because every time they did request training, in-person training, they were sent out to go online and get the training online. And to me, I went to school, did all my schooling in class. I never took an online classes. I don't believe in online classes. I'm sorry. If it works for everybody else, fine, but it doesn't work for me. I need to be in the classroom to learn how to do things. And so that has been the problem, that we can hire all the people in the world, but if we don't train those individuals to understand the accounting process in the county, we cannot expect from them to perform the job. And so I think the key answer to this, we're almost at the end of hiring those individuals that we're missing, but if we don't provide the proper training, which falls into the auditor's office, then I can't do the job. They cannot do the job regardless. I myself has to go through the process on learning the process on this county. I don't have a CFO. I don't have a finance director. I had to hire a consultant to help me to go through the process and learn. Imagine a person that is coming from another city or another county with less experience and coming to a county to understand everything in less than 2 months. It's impossible. That's the key.
So is there some way that we can set up doing something different this year, right? We're going to try something different where we can set up, I don't know, quarterly trainings or something like that, where maybe, Joe Paul, it's not even, I know we're all stretched thin, yes, right? Like that's the name of how we are in San Benito County. But is there somebody like within your department that you maybe could assign to kind of training, whether it's quarterly or anytime that, I don't know. I think it's sometimes having refreshers is really good too, right? Or maybe it's not needed quarterly, maybe it's every 6 months or something, but just some kind of a commitment that like, all right, this year we're trying something new. We're going to do X amount of trainings on these different parts of, like, I think that might be helpful to all of us sitting here and being able to make sure that we're all doing our part to make sure that we're excellent in San Benito County.
Well, we do training, especially on the ERP system associated with, paying invoices, journal entries, those kinds of things.
But are they in person?
Yeah, they've been in person, and
Okay.
we have, we've also done online trainings
Okay.
because more people can, attend that way. However, one thing that that I think is really important, I know that I insist on it for my staff, is accounting and auditing staff, is that I insist that all candidates take an exam. I want to make sure that they understand the difference between a debit and a credit before they even, before we even, spend another minute, investing in them. If they don't have that, then they have no business, working in my office. And so, for this recruitment, we had 5 people apply. 1 person decided to show up for the test. Fortunately, they passed the test, so I had 1 person to interview. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed. But I do know one thing. I know that person passed that test. They are proficient in understanding the basics of accounting. That is the number one requirement to be successful in account in fiscal position. They have to have that. If they don't understand that, we just can't teach it, especially at the higher levels.
Right. No, I absolutely understand that. And that's why I was saying with some of the departments that it's kind of like, well, your main duty is X, but you're also in charge of this fiscal reporting, and they may not have that background and be real strong in accounting, right? But we're kind of jack of all trades here. And so you're going to do the best that you can. And that's why I think it's critical that we have some of these kind of group trainings or whatever it is where we can learn from each other. And then I think once we start cross-training, then staff won't have to call you per se. They'll be like, hey, I was in that training with this person over here in this department. Hey, how exactly do I do this SEPA form again? And we can start to rely and depend on each other for kind of that help rather than every time they've got something having to call you. And so I would just ask if maybe coordinating between you and the CEO, if we can get a few of these trainings, maybe if at our next meeting we can report out on, okay, what are the training dates and what are the topics to kind of include. I know it's extra work on your plate and I'm sorry for that, but I really think this is a critical, and maybe it doesn't work and that's okay. And next year we can be like, scrap it, didn't make a difference. But I think it's worth trying.
No, I'm 100% on board with that concept.
Okay.
Because I know that the better trained the departmental fiscal people are, the less burden it is on my staff.
Okay.
Because they're not making mistakes and we're not spending 3 months looking for all the mistakes.
Okay, fantastic.
Which is normally the process.
Yeah, it's extra work. Okay, those are all my comments. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the time.
I think at the end of the day, I think we should make sure that you're working closely with the CEO to make sure that we do whatever we need to be doing to get everything in on time. We just need to keep that, needs to be a pretty close relationship where you're working on this constantly if we need to make sure, because we just can't do this next year where everything's just late. So whatever needs to be done to get it on time is what we have to do basically. So I just would think that's what we have to do here. Is there anything else on the board?
I was just saying, you're absolutely right. Work with the CEO, understand where the direction she's trying to lead us, and work with her to get these things done.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. All right. That will conclude the audit committee portion of things. I'm going to move to the Finance Corporation. The board will now reconvene as the board of directors of the San Benito County Financing Corporation. Is there a motion to acknowledge the certificate of posting?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes. 6.2, consent, approve action minutes of the January 14th, 2025 annual meeting. Is there public comment on the consent minutes?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Great. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Passes. All right, 6.3, regular agenda, Seminole Financial Corporation appointment of officers of the year 2026 for the following positions: President, Vice President, and Secretary Treasurer. Now, I'm not sure exactly what the procedure is for the President and Vice President. I might be, am I correct in thinking that it's just the board
Chair.
chair and vice chair?
And
Okay.
then Melinda, your secretary, right? Yeah.
Okay. Great. So then is there a motion to,
No public comment.
oh, yes, thank you. Public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. Or in chambers, Melinda? No public comment.
Great.
I'll move to approve Supervisor Zanger as president, Supervisors Velasquez as vice president, and Treasurer Melinda Casillas as secretary treasurer.
Second.
Great. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Kazumiki,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
4-0 vote, motion passes.
All right. That will conclude the Finance Corporation, and that will conclude the meeting. So we are adjourned until next meeting in January 27th.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.